Testing, that should be all working. Just throw that up. Right now I'm just kind of chilling at the moment because I'm trying to figure out exactly what's going on. And more importantly, I need to get the chats up. Let's see here, there that is. Silence that. And pop it out finally. Move you right here. Then exit out of that. That's just about everything prepped up. Is out for that. So now we've got everything finally up and running. Hell yes. So let's finally continue, and hopefully with none of the stopgaps that were happening repeatedly. Two, three. Yeah, I'll just finish it off right here. And there's going to be an Aether Current around the corner up here. I remember that one. Alright, Terra. Just gonna sneak around this enemy. Let's see, where did I put it? There it is. So it's right up there. You wanna go away, dude? Thank you. And let's keep moving on. Well, they should probably check for any others. Northwest. So yeah, it'd probably be like right around here. I think I've got 3 of them here now. Oh, I've only got 2, okay. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. Honestly, I'm wondering why they don't just normally use that. I mean, I get the lift for transporting goods, but this is a little bit much that nobody uses this. But they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. That also feels like something I should probably be doing right off the bat. But oh. Baron Vell's assumption holds true. The specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration. We should see evidence of such plans in this area's projects. Follow the plan to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Yep. Oh, is that a hunt target? Oh shit. I should probably do that then. Doesn't seem like Holy Spirit's doing too much damage by default. Yeah, I need to check its potency. I was about to say, that's probably not all we need. Yeah, potency of 250. I mean, it's still technically better, but not by much. I didn't do Atonement, whoopsies. Ah, well. I'm so used to relying on the mana bar to tell when I need to do that. And there we go. Almost to the north, huh? 308 to the north. Still a decent way up, though. Can you pleasantly fuck off, mate? There we go. Ah, well. I almost instinctively skipped this. Oh boy. Love when they use the same fruit texture they've been using since Realm Reborn, where it's just all really bad. Mariel Agronomics, okay. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands, and it is a facility which coordinates and oversees these efforts. The fruits of their research go to the... Okay. That's one way to put it. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. But didn't you guys say that they kind of had a taste, like, a food taste problem, though? Mystery vegetables without a name, only listed nutritional benefits scribbled on a card, yeah. Seen at Gleaners, yet these workers seem to share the same sense of urgency. They know something that forms plans and their underlying motivations worth looking into. Well, I think that's literally the point we're here. By the way, I have to say, like, seeing my cursor on one screen and then, like, moving it around was very trippy. Who should I talk to? You first, and I think the other two are on the other side. I sped through this on a different character a little bit, but I didn't go that far. I just needed to go through it because I needed to gather something around here. But being restricted, how do you make it down here anyway? There's literally a cave, guys. Why do you guys just not use that? You're much harder to soul than I. I mean, like, I get it. It's all, like, vicious and shit, but what are you guys doing? Come on. Y'all can clear that shit out. It's not that hard. Also, a bit of whoopsie here. Forgot to set my phone to always be on, so there we go. I want to be able to see the stream manager. But I'm afraid the form has us filing order lists a mom long. Yep. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurance that all would be revealed in due course. It really is not the most satisfying answer, is it? like these polygonal grapes with just like a JPEG or something attached to them. Crops are raising. Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Yep, a very blocky grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect, hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale and the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled. A region in the south of Ilsabard boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into hot, humid coastlines. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amonis. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climate we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. Yeah, it's pretty obvious, but I don't think that was really what I was asking about. They've ought to be taken down below, more than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence a stack of crates atop that hill over there. Telling the loot lot up the slope is a job and a half. Okay. Come on, Terthius. I actually kind of like this calming music. I kind of don't want to get, like, shunted into combat specifically for it. Time to check the boxes. Labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports. Lots of them. We were told there's tons of them. And then there's those flowers.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
And I can talk again. With whatever mic feedback happens usually. Still feeling unwell. I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We can all let our quarry slip away. Yep. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archaeon. Come, we can still catch him. Well, yeah. Though I'm pretty sure I have an Aether Current first to get. I'm actually surprised I didn't get caught by that bee. Or wasp, or whatever it's called. Oh yeah, this is the one that's down here. Kind of in a very inconvenient location, to be honest. Because then you have to go all the way around. I got it first. There we go. Two. 3. 4. And 5. Also, I think one of my attacks missed. Does shield throw no longer separate my combo? Interesting. Yeah, while I'm traveling, I actually do have something I should probably do. There you go. Hey, the queue was actually really low when I tried to log in today. It was actually quite nice. I should probably keep on the alert for this southwest. So it should be probably over there. I'm actually gonna bypass this and go for it first. Also, Luncheon Toads are pretty interesting. Their leather I could actually use for crafting on one of my other characters. Not gonna go farming them right now, though. Yeah, it's probably at the end of this, right over here. Pretty sure I missed this one on my other character. Because, like, I pushed him all the way up to the next Aetheryte, I think. Maybe just barely before, because it's very far down there. Didn't pay attention to any of the stories so that I could actually listen to it on stream, though, of course. And the reason I was able to do all this stuff, despite the internet being all unstable and stuff like that, was because I was making sure it was stable when it finally went stable. Which took it took its damn time getting stable, didn't it? I have an idea. Memory serves that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Data, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. Alright. List to the upper or lower tiers. Make a convenient place to, well, meet, apparently. When you happen to find Erenvale in the company of said ancient, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. Only Garaha and his vanish spell are here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hoppity, my little toads. Yep. And now we're frogs. Unaccustomed to transfiguration, worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. Just suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenvale. Should you feel the magic fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. Alright. What am I supposed to do in the meantime? Wait here with me in the current state of mind. Be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Yep. Reminds me, where the creature is hereabouts in that form, you are essentially defenseless. Yep. Turn from the transfigured stats effect if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration area of effect. Speak with Y'shtola to restore or prolong the transfiguration. Got it. Toad, Alpha Toad and Alatoad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed. I like how the Chocobo doesn't get transmogrified, though. You'd think that'd be a little bit suspicious. But I guess Struthius is just a spy master as well as a good bird. Unfortunately, it is quite the walk, though. It says I can use it, but I can't. Interesting. Though I do have to say, with Struthius by my side, I'm not necessarily defenseless. One thing I am passing up, though, is if you try to go through that bridge, the toads basically try to point you towards this one instead, and that's it. They can't talk, apparently. God, I still love the frog walk cycle. I don't know why, it's just so sneaky.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Not the greater, the greatest.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Bullshit.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
This would be such a goofy situation if you just, like, walked into us and realized that wasn't even us at all.
I am reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Check this. Southwest, got it. Should have known a Gleaner who specialized in animal procurement, would not be so easily deceived, yet he seems inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this monumentous duty. Call to action, the Telephores declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient importance to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. Yep. Oh, there's the level. I'm kind of scared of getting teleported right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and I should really refresh Struthius, actually. Hold on. Here you go, buddy. So I think this one's, like, up here. Yeah, it is. I'd rather grab it now than get teleported somewhere else. That's a pretty interesting looking wall. Ah, that's where the Aetheryte is. Wonder if they blocked access to it. Anyway, where's the next one? 260 Yelms to the south. That's probably downstairs. Like, all the way down there. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. Yep. Head back to Y'shtola and Krile for a moment, see what they think of this. Yep. I do believe that's the plan. Yeah, I'm willing to bet that that part right there is probably blocked off. I do have to admit that the elevator here is definitely the most convenient way to go down, because you just walk forward and done. Problem is, that's not an elevator. This is the elevator. Why'd they place the elevator so far down? Seems kind of pointless, to be honest. Although now that I'm thinking about it, there's probably reasons why they don't clear out the cave. They could be using the cave to store more hostile mobs. Because it's only just the mushroom creatures in there, but even then, I don't really understand why they'd be storing those. Trust you found Aaron Valiant? Yeah, and he found us. I have a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply in confirmation that no one knows much of anything. To be fair, we did kind of get a little bit extra. Find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas. Yep. That we can do. And so far, I've gotten past the 30-minute mark without disconnecting, which is lovely. But yeah, I know that she's already by the flowers again. I do love how they give you this entire area just in case you weren't paying attention. It's a bit iffy to me, though. Like, them explicitly telling you to go to the flowers while they check everything else kind of makes it feel like you shouldn't be checking this whole area. But it's also, where'd the music go? There it is. Yeah, I don't currently have the boots that I'd like to be wearing right now, but that's okay.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Who did?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment.
Okay.
It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Menphilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wish that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction.
Also, just thinking about how flowers work, if this thing is seen nearly everywhere, but very, very rarely, of course, it almost feels like it's just kind of a crossbreed kind of thing. Either that or Heidelin just decides to put it wherever the fuck she feels. One or the other.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was, once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts. That unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian, a group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What, then, is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order.
Kind of weird to have a forbidden section if you think about it. At least considering the values of this place.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldesion. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the Ethereal Sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Father, Master Fortuner, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order!
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
That literally just goes against what the guy said before. Like, the great friend of his, apparently.
Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
What's up? And my mic's doing that weird thing. There we go. At least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn a lot more of the substance here in Sharlayan. Yep. I actually have to be right back. Shoot. Thin walls kind of suck sometimes. Same with a really faulty mic. But yeah, what's up, Sharky? But that's in spite of the forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why they're so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words. Well, it's pretty obvious. They don't want to cause mass panic. Trial come what may, his father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Heard you've been dragged before the forum. I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad that they allowed you to stay. That'd be their mother. Alright. Where's the music, by the way? It's just very awkward when there isn't any. There it is. Emeliant Levier. Yeah, I've never been able to say their last name quite correctly. And your service. Fine people must be the signs of the 7th dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Yep. Lovely. I don't wish to make things difficult for you if word reaches father that you are here. No bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? Well aware that you and Master Fortunold are not on the best of terms. Yep. Yeah, it's not like they've probably been away for a few years. Come by the house for gifts, apparently. Timing couldn't be better. Yeah, pretty much. Back at the annex when you are ready to come rejoin us. Yep. Davis has turned out to be champion of Eorzea. I insist that you join us. I mean, okay, sure, whatever. Have Alphinaud drag me into other shit. Not for our own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, assurance will be made to suffer the consequences. Well, yeah, probably. Then she was gone, and with her, any opportunity to protest. Yeah, pretty much. Matters settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Yep. Mother is not one to take for no for an answer. Yep. Seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it. Will you accompany us? Yeah. I mean, that's kind of obvious. Do I really have an option here? Going, but let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers. Does that even matter? Yeah, let's get going. At least I don't have to follow you and watch you walk at a literal snail's pace for a little bit first. But yeah, this wing of it is almost done. Our little this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye, and now look at us traveling to different continents, different worlds. That is what you're doing. Though you just ended up back home, didn't you? As children, Alpanot and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. Must have been a day when his meetings ran along. Right at that exact moment, it came pounding down the path in panic, crying out my name. Yeah, you were about to fall over. The water's hardly rushing by. I feel like this is just their way of getting you to walk around instead of just using the Aethernet all the time. These do come in? Yep. Like the whole following you thing.
Welcome home,
my lady.
I feel like that text box went by a little bit faster than it should have. That wasn't me.
What? What are you gawping at? Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
Okay, get going.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures.
Surprised those letters haven't gotten blocked at this point.
I'm sure they withhold certain details, of course, only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if it was different, considering how much they make me do everything. It's not really a shocker.
It is plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Yeah, sure. Punched a bunch of shit. Fought a bunch of shit, saved the world multiple times. Constantly getting stopped from saving said world multiple times by talking to random people who can't help me. And attending your son's stupid political meetings.
When you mentioned sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphinaud.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphinaud.
Oh, right. That's how they get their weaponry. Got it.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Like that fucking katana.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fourchenaud has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children.
Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and shall refrain from inquiring as the content of your private conversation. Visit was all too brief for now, however it will have to suffice, as all these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. Yep. But enough sentimentality, let's return to the annex and rejoin our companions. And I believe this quest will be completable by 70, not 70, 80 rather. Oh, there it is. I wasn't seeing the NX part of that shit. Yeah, those are my chocobo bag, I guess. Wait, no, I've actually been using these, haven't I? Yeah, I have been. Because they are very slightly better than the gear that I currently have. Guess I gotta go through this slow process. Only very minorly better. Outside of spell speed, which is all I care about. Critical hit's actually lower. Interesting. Go to cast Glamour. Interesting. Oh right, yeah, that's because this isn't like healer gear. Whoopsies. There we go. Can't actually increase skill speed. Interesting. But to be fair, it's tank gear, so direct hit is probably the better option anyway. Kinda glad that I'm able to actually get all this stuff back, like, with the 100% guarantee now. Getting a lot of random food items, aren't I? My healing gauge got shifted down slightly. Hold on. Okay, come on. That's kind of annoying. Keep it centered, move it up slightly. There we go. I haven't actually checked their skills. Did I lose any? Doesn't look like it. I feel like just getting a little bit of experience on this. Meantime, we edge ever closer to secret. Yep, they want us to go to Thavnir. 448, so 448. I was curious how much that was. Let's find Paladin again, there we go. Because now I've got to make the trip back over to here. Which is very expensive. I'm gonna have to buy more Geishel Green sooner or later, I feel. Unfortunate. To here. Graze laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling as if they have been left too long. Okay, that kind of sucks. Am I doing? Recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though. I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. It's never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat. Like Kazal. Don't envy his position. Better be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kazal a visit. Yep. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails. The Harbor Guild building across the water from here. Okay. So just over there. I believe the last one I have to talk to is on the ship over there. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off the nearby isles with silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels far away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. To be honest, it appears to have more activity than normal, like the normal spots that I see. But I guess that's just tech. If it isn't traveling here, a rare sight in these unsettled times, people have given us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Narinair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had spawned fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead, and what'll become of us, only gods know. Yeah. For a port town, that kind of is crushing. Not even kind of, it really is. Malsians aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? Don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Well, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. It's been an enormous loss. Alright, forget about the Demolicians. Surely some ships are still coming. Yeah, fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. That consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares, quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? A person. Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. No. No. I'm a merchant of death, not a merchant of wares. But we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Yep. That I can tell. I'm here to see Kazal. Okay. I'm back later then. That looks like a merchant. Potentially. Probably should, I don't know, tug on his stupid tail. Fucking alt char over there. Nice. Can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazan too, didn't you? Fisherman of Akiali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kazal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. Ah, yeah, he wouldn't have been able to help you out, dude. Heard that the consortium has been struggling. I became worried and decided to cross and see him just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask you, what is it that you do? Again, I'm a merchant of death. The adventurer is also a nice way to put it. You travel the world helping people, then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Sure. Portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. Problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've only dealt with Cazal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. Please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? Merlin, please let me know and we can begin at once. Okay. Wait, I'm just curious. What kind of all character are they going with? Ah, Nara. Alright. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers? I mean, sure. Come on, Elephant Man. Oh wait, they're over here. Shit. Whoopsie doozies. Yeah, they're not considered part of your party as far as I'm aware, though, so I can't actually speed them up. That's not good. Did I just encounter a bug? Oh boy. I don't think you're supposed to be down there, dude. Yeah, let's round that corner a little bit wider. Come on, buddy, don't fall into the water this time. Come on. Okay, we're good. I don't like the position. Okay, now he's behind me. Good. Hey, hey, hey. This is gonna go nothing but horribly. Settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when the tower first appeared. Everyone's grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get it to the city. I remained there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back, continue with life as such. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. Make sure to keep well clear of the tower when more monsters emerge from it. Hope they deal with it as soon as we can get back to normal lives. Days. I tuck into Emil, satisfied that you did good work. Catch of the day is shallows cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Says, I'm kinda scared of you falling off the pier again, dude. Because it doesn't seem like your AI knows how to deal with swimming. You know, despite being a fisher. They are trying to avoid things, at least. I just don't know why they just are avoiding walking directly behind me. Because they just don't seem to like to walk directly behind me for long. Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some Amra, let's say a dozen. They don't need to be in it. These days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that, and this and that. It wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. Yep. I had a feeling that it's the top one was there. I knew the top one was the right one, but honestly... Also, for someone who's really nervous about talking to other people, you talk to me pretty easily. So I guess I talked first. And that is a massive difference. Can't afford to be idle. I guess not. Circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. Better be prepared. Stockpiling supplies for that. I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. That's the batch, so if you're interested, you can have them for a discount. Yep, there it is. Yep. It's truly eye-opening experience. Come on, just trying to pay her. Yep, 2 out of 3. Although I don't know. Alright, I'm not trusting this guy. I'm not trusting this guy with any kind of drop. So I feel like I could probably, like, ditch him right now and he'd appear back at the dock and I'd just be able to move, but eh. Lots of Struthius not being able to do anything, though. Unfortunate for the bird. And I guess my Gushel grain stock. How to talk to customers. You managed to sell 2 of the 3 people you approach. Adventurers do indeed have great conversational skills. Honestly, the tactic literally was, like, nice greeting, listen to problem, ask question, listen to response, throw fish at their face. Like, it really wasn't that hard. Hope that things will return to normal, yeah. Thought I had heard a familiar voice. Who should it be but Messiah? Yep. Business of the guild. So you were there too. Could maybe try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, they simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? It's like, okay. Must peddle your own goods. Yeah. My all wanted a consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I won't fail them. The sisters are my witness. Yep. Best return to your village. Yep. That was eventful. Does this actually scale up? No, it's just 448 no matter what. I'm debating if I should just be leveling Paladin a little bit more instead of trying to cross-level right now. I wonder how short this branch is. Should probably check this as well. Northeast, huh? Take a bit of trust, yep. Affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth the Lunar Primal. Business as usual for the Telefori. Yep. Hold on, let me do something. There we go. And Matsuri Feller, he's Arcasadara, is he not? Apparently 'tis almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped, should he be traveling alone. If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arcasadara would be their primary target, for 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land. Many are devout adherents still. Alright. Gotta go after him. Akiali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Krau's. Well, I gotta go northeast first. But alright. Whatever you say, man. I just gotta do this stupid little ether current system. I had to get up for a second. God, this chair is so creaky nowadays. I really should tighten the screws. Settle then, keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village, yep. Yeah, fun. Although I'm starting to think that this might be a bad direction to be going. Check. Yeah, it probably is. I'm pretty sure, yep. But it does just say north, so maybe it's just down this way. Yeah, it's right here. Alright. Perfect. Too far away, my ass. There's a shortcut to get back up that way, though. There's a few divots in the land, but I doubt they'll be walkable. Are they? Just barely not. They probably tested that. Testing the important things, of course. Okay, I need to check that mission, actually. That mission is probably Aether Current. Yes, it is. Now your face, it is known to me. You were the warrior who fought for the Moe and in the Dam. Yep. Bravery and skill, which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey, yet now I have foolishly blundered into the den of Natanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? Do not doubt your words, but grandmother would always warn me if you encounter Matanga, you turn tail and flee as fast as far as you can. What? Hello? Varktech? By the way, welcome to the stream. Harrigalin? Not stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmarish island. Stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kana person the sailor's talking about. They're probably another elephant. Like, knowing how storytelling normally goes. Come on, Struthius, let's go. I should probably check where the nearest Amphicarn is now. And 7 yalms to the northeast. That is definitely an inaccessible location from here. Oh boy. Yeah, it is. I knew it. You told me the cat was a Matanga. Could I ask you to speak with her myself? Hi. And it's my job to assign the right work to the right workers. May I have your name? It wasn't. Let me jot those down. Is your companion quite alright? No. No, they've been kind of raised to be a little bit racist. Don't worry about it. Yep. Glad you understand that, though. I have been forced to take what they can get since the troubles began, so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? My skill is likened that to Dragonbane. Certainly not Elephantbane, though. Don't know your name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on escort duty, then? Oh, God. Yeah, I was about to say. There's to be a ritual dance performed in Kajaya's footsteps. They'll need incense and costumes for the dancers and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. Yeah, these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matanga in their number? Submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. Yep. Pray lend me strength to the victor of Nadam, and half the reward for this task will be yours. Sure, whatever. That is where we shall meet. You will find me there, yes? Yep. Whenever I get around to there. And I guess I'm getting around to there right away. Yeah. Must be our belated escort, yep. Such courageous, is your companion not well? She's yeah. Again, she's just raised to be racist, don't worry about it. Thought of it before, and I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way I have no need to fear him or being harmed, yet. I must say, this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wilds, and I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attack. Your friend perhaps frightened by our Cazadora. I have met such travelers before. Well, no matter, if you could patrol... Wow, this is such a common occurrence for you? It's actually kind of sad. God, we really need to change those fucking tails. It's nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Yeah, it'd provide a better vantage point, but it's only slightly closer than this, so I might as well keep this up. Closer to any ether currents as well. Northeast 180. Yep, that's still up here. Can I talk to them without entering the circle? Yes, I can. Yeah, fuck this. I'm just gonna go for the nuke here. And there's 3 hits. 1 more. And then a big hit. And that should be it. You're having trouble there, Ogle. Was thinking me foolish. I was absorbed in my task that I failed to notice the ground shaking as I approached. Still, my injuries are light. My satchel is full. Thanks to you, I think I can make it back to town. Yep. You have fun. You really shouldn't be here, Ogle. Though I'm pretty sure you killed one of them. I followed you because you're in a land filled with people that you cannot deal with. Like, why would I leave you alone in that situation? And I guess telling them that we have to patrol is also a pretty valid point. Yeah, she's gonna get over her racist tendencies by the end of this. Hope for an escort from the start. Imagine if you had it coming off. Send him and the others back to our workshop, so consider your duty with us complete. Yeah, oh, okay. That's it. Alright then. Also, for someone so fearful of the elephants, you strolled past this guy just fine. Like, fair enough. There you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on a job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned. Cool. Times are hard. The people of Thavnir rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. The death of an artisan would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue was timely indeed. Please accept your payments, half each as agreed upon. Interested in further work, I may have something for you. So, if it doesn't give me Aether currency, you can go to hell. We kind of have world-saving business to attend to. But I do know that they kind of use those to try and get you down interesting little quest paths and stuff like that they put a lot of effort into. Kind of makes the Aether Currents feel a little bit more of a shame, though, instead of forcing people to do stuff like that. Also, wow, they really did expand that radius. Damn. That's the first time I've visually seen it. But, you know, like, if they, like, side quests, those kind of nice side quests are always nice to just find instead of kind of get pushed into. To the west. Okay, so we're closing in on another Aether Current at least. Hello there. It appears you have an Imperial problem. Yeah, hold on, I need to do this. There we go. That's 3. That's 4. Then use this just to kill it off. Easy. Hello there again, friend. I don't think they were here to buy your fish. Nor your preserved things. Where did they go? Why are you here? I'm here because people are trying to kidnap you. Not so much to buy your fish. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about, well, everything, and then those men came. Yep. Kidnappers, we've heard that the Arxidora were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know, the ocean all we have. We're seeing that's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. Yep. Make it even more convenient. Question if I may. Understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower, what canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are, but I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. What a wonderful tower over there. Some have taken to calling the tower Zot, House of Divinities in the old tongue it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. Yep. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us, really? To think I had you peddling fish. Yeah. To answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. Please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be good, gods-fearing folk. And fish, apparently. What a sales pitch, though, dude. What sayeth thou? Shall we pay visit to Achiali? Wonderful, just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. Just down the road. Right down the road. Alright. So just a simulacrum of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in that tower. Yep. Pray that we will be able to save them. Yeah, if not, we'll just have to kill them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. As you said, we do well to study their religious traditions too. And to Achiali. Yep. Let's get going. I was about to say, please don't teleport me right now. Normally I would like appreciate a teleport, but I'm right next to an Aether Current. Oh wait, that's to the north. Yeah, it's too far north. But it said to the west, didn't it? Yeah, here it is. There it is. But I guess the Aether Current things and pushing people into quest lines is also a pretty convenient way to get more experience. To the northeast. Yeah, that'd be the one that we detected before. The Aether Currents are very cruelly placed here. They keep placing them very, very close to the cliff face over there, which is... I don't like that. My friend name means White Beach. There isn't much here to save that, but please make yourself at home. Yep. Companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasaveda. I probably butchered that one pretty harshly. Should know about our gods. What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. Yeah, I don't really need fish. I fish myself. Don't know how it is once you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusia, being of wisdom, who assume the form of man, and Murga, beings of might, who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their form and personalities, many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and oh. Nice music. Ah, it became daytime. I'm looking at the Eorzean time up on the top right. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Perk up your ears and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and Murga deities, who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict, eventually seeking the wisdom of the Manusya. The Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. So they decided to make peace by quickly changing forms so that they could actually talk. Okay. Thus were born new gods, possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. No, it wasn't as goofy, unfortunately. From them on, as a sign of their esteem to one another, the Manusya have worn animal faces and the Murga the limbs of men. That certainly doesn't sound horrifying, by the way. Learned a thing or two about our gods I trust? Yeah. Zemp remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Yeah. Go for it, man. Glad I don't have to listen to that motorcycle anymore. But wait, I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. You would like to see it. Okay. What about them already? 3 sisters. Alright. The one on the right looks particularly anorexic, though. Center one is the eldest, Suderva, goddess of wisdom, for this alchemist hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Esenderuva, as a goddess of wealth. She counts many traders amongst her followers. And on the left is Minderuva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusya, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life, and what of the Murga, if I may ask? Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arxidara, rather. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It is said that an ancestor of the Satrap, that's the ruler of Radzat Han, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the Satrap, and legend holds that if ever the Satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You've seen plenty of nice dragons, buddy. Claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve us well. Yeah, probably. Pray for your success, yep. To the dragon, Istinian, yes. They will be praying to a dragon for our success, Istinian. North along the coast for a place called Great Work, alright. Does this bother you, Istinian? And Hana, oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? Yeah. Say her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Alright, whatever, lover boy. Come on. Oh, it's taken me all the way to the Aetheryte. Nice. I'm gonna switch over to this just so I can at least get the exploration bonus at least. .407 to the east. Yeah, that's still detecting this one, so that probably means there's like a huge radius in which there's none. No, come on, I was enjoying that music, you stupid bird. I think we want to wrap around here real quick first, just to get some discovery done. There we go. If I end up hitting 82 before I enter that dungeon, though, I'm definitely going to be switching over to Conjurer to turn in these quests. Or should I say White Mage? Well, this doesn't look particularly good. I'm going to go ahead and attune first. Ah, what I'd give to be fishing right now. But I've got stuff to do. Nice pot. I've only dropped 12 frames, by the way. Like, what the hell? That's pretty good.
What happened here?
A group napping session. What do you fucking think?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
See? Group nap session.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Yeah. I don't think those are for eating. Yeah.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit.
Well, I mean, apparently their experiments are close to bearing fruit, so maybe you will get to eat them.
Capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
That's not food.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Cryo sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, okay.
This is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
That Ara, like that female Ara in the back, looks smug as shit with her little monocle, by the way. Like, holy shit.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so.
Yeah, Stinian, you're kind of being a bitch.
But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
It is an MMO.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or...
Uh-oh.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
Alright.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little bit...
Yeah, why are you saying that you thought this was an MMO? Why are you starting to think it's not, for some reason?
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent a request to your Mistress Kryle. We have workshops across the nation.
It's always been like this.
On this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results.
Even Shadowbringers was like this, even Heavensward was like this, even Stormblood was like this, even Realm Reborn is kind of like this. And that's after they chopped a bit off of Realm Reborn because it was too much. Made beginners who were just starting to get into the game's lives a bit hellish.
Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Let's not forget there is these 2 dungeons that are part of a roulette that give a lot of EXP, but everybody's forced to watch the story of them because everybody was skipping through it, which was causing problems for new players going through it who actually wanted to listen to the story because sometimes they'd even get kicked. Now there's barely a reason to kick people unless they're being lazy assholes and not actually doing anything and letting everybody else do the work. Oh, I forgot the Chocobo Keep. Hello there. Come on, Struthius. Check for Aether Currents. Also that lucky bastard fishing all the time. Ugh. I can't wait to get to fishing, but I honestly am probably going to wait until after the first dungeon. Yeah, what? Like, I remember you were interested in potentially getting this game yourself, Shark. I remember that much. We thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Speaking of that, if you actually are interested in a lot of the exposition, I still have all the streams from Shadowbringers up. Yeah, I understand that for the subscription thing. I will say this real quick, though. If you do actually want this game, you can make the subscription slightly cheaper on yourself. Unless you're planning on making... Yeah. Unless you're planning on making multiple characters on a singular one of the servers, which, by the way, there's 3 different crystals, and those crystals have a bunch of servers. Those servers can actually be freely traveled to within the same crystal. I'm on Aether Crystal if you actually ever wanted to join me and stuff, or have me help you out and such. But you can go to whichever crystal you want. However, back to the topic at hand. If you want to make it cheaper, I actually did the calculations. The subscription that is considered the most cheapest, which is the one where you buy for the max amount of days at once, is the exact same rate that the $13 subscription is. Also, Blue Mages, unfortunately, cannot actually be a proper class. They are ridiculously overpowered. Also, there is a Thief and Rogue. Not a Thief and Rogue. A Rogue which is basically a Thief, and a Ninja, which is very much more like a Rogue, but with extra party tricks. They can queue up now? Okay. I'm pretty sure they shouldn't be able to queue up properly, though. Because that would be ridiculous. Like, seriously, they'd be kind of overpowered, so I think that's to an extent. They just need to pick a class. I have to look into that. Speaking of that, though, I've got to be right back real quick again. But yeah, so if you wanted to actually... If he's bullshitting me... But I can definitely check. But yeah, I can definitely check on that. I do know that there's a system, like Ethereal Mimicry, that adds like significant bonuses to specified skills. So he might be thinking of that instead. But my ult is actually a level 70 in Blue Mage, so I can actually check that, especially after stream. Though, it might take a while to check that because of queue times being kind of horrible as of late. Though, with it being Monday, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Yep. Though Corral herself is tied up with another investigation, Saint Maid is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. But the class is garbage, nobody likes teaming up with them. Well, when you're queuing, it's random. I think what they're trying to tell you is you need to have a full party. Which, yeah, that you can't actually go through the game as a Blue Mage then. Blue Mage is its own fun, though. There's a lot of skills there, though it's also incredibly incentivized to only ever party with other Blue Mages. They aren't garbage. They actually have a lot of ridiculously overpowered skills here and there. But you have to really know what you're doing with them. But again, it's because of that potential that they can never be like a true, real class, unfortunately. They're more just a side class. Yeah, that means that you can't properly queue. So yeah, you were interpreting what they were saying wrong entirely. They still have Red Mage, though. And Red Mage is still very much a jack of all trades. They still have dual cast as well. No crossbows, though. I thought you cared a lot for Red Mage before. I know you probably don't care for Red Mage when Blue Mage exists, but yeah. Talismans that nullify etheric emissions, and do we do? As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. They do nothing but heal now. No, they don't. That is one of the bigger utilities they have, but they also can dual cast res, which is actually huge. They also can buff the entire party as well. They have, obviously, their melee attacks as well as their ranged attacks. You have to balance your mana perfectly well. You have to use various skills to help with balancing that mana in order to be able to pull off your melee combo. Well, that's if you wanted to do the support stuff, but that's what just makes them versatile. And honestly, I only say that because that's what's the most interesting about DPS, when they have something other than damage that they can do. Red Mage is one of those classes that I think is still one of the better damage classes in this game, just because they can res. Yeah, I know. Keep in mind, though, that the buffs support you as well, and you can heal yourself, which is actually pretty valuable. Go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. Yep. Or to strike back, the Satrap bade us alchemists created enchanted talismans, talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? I mean, I think that's the point. Green Mage and Assassin. I don't think they're going to be adding any new classes. They seemed pretty adamant against that. Or at least against, like, new races, at the very least. New classes, maybe. But I don't see them adding another melee DPS for a little bit. And honestly, I don't even know how many more expansions we got left. DPS bow? There is a DPS bow, that's Bard. And Bard has been turned to be a lot less support-focused, by the way. It still has support spells, but all of those spells are in the effort of doing damage, and can only be done while doing damage as well. They actually do direct damage as well, on top of that. Why call it a Bard then? Because it's still music. They used to be a lot more Bard-like, though. Now their support is really just doing damage, and the support just happens. The methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales prove the most promising, owing to their etheric density. The scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Yeah. Thanks to the skills provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test, and here is where you and your blessing of light come in. But it's still mostly bow-based. Again, I have another character that has Bard in the 70s that I could probably show you a bit of it. But, unfortunately, no. There's still no crossbows. There's also Machinist, which is a gun. It's literally a gun-based. And has flamethrowers and bioblasters and shit, too. And it's all about summoning an automaton with not too many buffs that actually ever give to other people. It's almost purely for ranged damage. If not entirely. I mean, I guess they get Peloton, and I think they might have something else. Explained in further greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. Well, fair enough. Oh, hello there, Nightbot. What are you doing? Advertising the channels and stuff? Sure. You could do with more hands. Grateful for any assistance you can provide. Yep. You're ready? Then let us put your blessings to the proof. You exit the Great Work and turn south. There will be a hill to the right, and I will meet you there. Top. Speaking of, like, supporty things, Bard, it still does have those support things into it, but I don't know. Like, outside of raid scenarios, if you're there for just buffing people, I feel like Dancer's probably better. I don't know how they changed it for Endwalker, though. All of this is just Shadowbringers information. Oh, my bird must have went away. I'll have to call it back once actual combat happens. If I play this, you literally only do it for the story? Well, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of story. And Blue Mage has its own story on the side as well. So, and because it's a completely on its own thing, it is its own separate story entirely. So you can actually go through with that. Drunken Deepa. Okay. I'm still not all are accustomed to physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat tears and many a sleepless nights. The Drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. Alright. Welcome back, Dura. Exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing protective capabilities. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Okay. Commencing aetheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you're not the subject. Okay. Oh, it's another one that's like slightly different from my normal move speed. God damn it. Okay, I'll stand back. Yes, I have a lot of hours in this. I've been doing a lot of different things. Crafting, gathering, I have 4 different characters. Do I have to stand back further? Yeah, I have too many hours in this. I have to admit. I was always nervous because it kind of started going above TF2, but I love how me and this Lalafell are literally doing the exact same thing. Let's be real, it's better than TF2. Depends. I actually want to check something. Yep, here it is. Oh, right. It's just going to do this thing. What instance am I in? I have no idea. And I don't know how to check. However, if you are not currently here, then oh, I gotta stand back far enough for it to start, don't I? Yep, you do. Okay. But yeah, like, if you're just not in Thavnir at the moment, I probably could just invite you to party, and then you'd end up in. Bow integrity holding, confirmed, resuming to, yep. I will in a sec. Please stand back. Okay, I'm standing back. Blast me again. But yeah, like, saying that this game is better than TF2 seems kind of pointless. Because they kind of are different games still. I do kind of hate the matchmaking system they did add, though, because it kind of ruined a lot of community servers. That's about it. Okay. Standing back. On retaining your composure and your humors, yeah. Thanks, I guess. And the lantern went poof. What does it say in my inventory anyway? Having exhausted all of its aether, the drunken deepest, now having a well-earned rest. Fair enough. Now you've returned, and not on your knees, a promising sign, but come let me take the Deepa off your hands. That is such a weird name. Hold on, let me call over. And there we go.
Hello.
Hey, Arturia. So, no dizziness or nausea of any sort, you're feeling perfectly fine, yep. Strength of your blessing is beyond doubt, there is no risk that the tower will corrupt your aether, and with this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy arts, yep. Although why they have to keep moving to different areas first seems kind of weird. Assisting me with another errand. Maybe it's like... I don't know. I don't even remember who this person is. I really need to do some friendless clearing at some point. We have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for its spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spat of kidnappings, however, we Oxidora travel alone at our own peril. Do not come with me as an escort, yeah? Yeah, well. Where'd you go, by the way, Tyria?
I'm over out by the Aether, right?
You should probably teleport out and teleport back in, then.
Alright.
Like I kept saying, like, once we're in a party, I believe it forces you into my instance.
Okay.
I'm about to ask why that person isn't joining the car that their friend is in, but I think it's because they're currently busy doing the same thing I just did.
Okay, yep. Looks like you were in instance 2.
Okay. Look at Santa Maid, it's a hostile entity of unknown origin. Also known as the developer's ass.
Make my way over.
Yep. 3, 4, then Atonement. There we go. We done now. You're safe. Guys, but that gave me a fright to think that the moment I ventured outside, the safety that weren't. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You alright? Yeah. Yeah, later.
Hello.
Here, get in the car. You already get this stuff completed, by the way?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Are you up to the first dungeon, by the way?
I actually did the first dungeon.
Yeah, it holds up to 4 people. Also, you are very short in that chair.
Yeah, well, I'm only 5 foot, so...
Yep. That's a hunt target. Might as well get the nuts while I can. Did you just snort?
Yes, yes I did.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Nope.
Let me raise your volume as well. That's one of 2. I don't know. What other poor unfortunate one should we kill? This one over here. There we are. Although, speaking of, Shark, you'd probably love Reaper. They have a Scythe class now in this game. It's super duper edge. It's super duper edge, but yeah, I've been hearing a lot of people say it's also really fun to play. It's also DPS as well, so you don't have to worry about it being a support Reaper. Though they have a damage buff that does buff everybody around them. Yeah, it's super edge. Deter, when we're in a safe place, just switch over. I said in a safe place. You're right next to a creature. But yeah, look at that. Look at that gear. Like, we're talking Bloodborne tiers of edge right there. You can draw the weapon if you want. They're like, yeah, I'd play that. I know you would. It's not crossbows quite, but yeah. You get in the car. Come on. Along with Dancer and Red Mage, yeah. Dancer's extremely support focused, though. You probably might not like that in the long run, but I don't know for sure. Oh no, something aggroed onto you for some reason, despite you being the higher level? Alright.
That's just weird.
I'm playing it for sex appeal. Yeah, fair enough, I guess. But keep in mind that Dancer uses also all the ranged equipment, so you'd be able to get set appeal from the other ranged classes as well. Look at that. They're waterfalls from Trunks.
Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. Well, he is the most important person in Rajasthan. Long ago, this island was home to 2 tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasotra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasotra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates the solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad-Han to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty.
You didn't know the other rights?
We will not fail him.
Yes.
Nor our country.
You know me enough. I don't need the map.
Alright.
Like, you keep trying to shove that map on everybody, by the way. Yeah, I don't know why.
Well, I actually memorized them, so...
Mid cutscene, by the way. And this one actually talks.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
Mysterious hooded figure.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets.
To be fair, it's pretty justified.
I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh something? Owe? Another body, another time. Who could
I admit I accidentally skipped this cutscene.
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
I like how he talked while he was talking in multiple voices. Of all the times to interrupt, that was definitely the most not inappropriate, rather appropriate time.
Interesting.
And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal?
By hitting their head against a brick wall until it breaks.
Yep, sounds about right.
For we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Getting some Kingdom Hearts vibes from this. I've never even played Kingdom Hearts, but this face just gives me Kingdom Hearts vibes. I don't know why.
Only the first one.
I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to great work, shall we? Yeah, put whatever you want in front of it. You're calling it spirit weed. Get in. Like how you always go to that seat, no other seat.
Default seat.
Yep. Yeah, Reaper still is considered a melee DPS, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Speaking of, Sharky, if you're still there to listen to this, one thing I've noticed about a lot of the classes in this game, I don't really know about the DLC classes, but a lot of the base game classes tend to actually be combinations of multiple ones. For example, White Mage is actually a combination of Geomancer and, well, White Mage. I'm pretty sure Rogue Ninja is probably a combination of a few things, including Assassin, just like Bard is a combination of Bard, Archers, and Sniper. I know it's not in it. I'm saying that a lot of the classes are combinations of classes from previous games, all combined into one, because White Mage is not a Geomancer, yet White Mage and even Conjurer starts with Earth spells. Why are none of the core concepts in it? Like, what's a core concept of assassin? Cinemaid, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that a little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept the token of gratitude. Yep, thanks. Boy's errand. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you both are back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. Would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. Neat. Was about backstabbing, but instead of critting, you debuffed. Ninja has a debuff. Doesn't Ninja have a debuff that actually lowers the damage resistance of enemies? It's either that or a damage boost. I can't remember. But I know that it has a damage debuff. Ninja's actually got a lot of those kind of debuffs on it. They are considered to have a lot of utility. Again, this is Shadowbringer's information. Although this is also just hearsay as well, because I've never really gotten that far on Ninja yet. But also, backstabbing is a pretty big focus. That'd be Trick Attack. And it's definitely a very core part of what makes them useful in raids. Yeah, doesn't Trick Attack actually debuff the enemy? Tyria? I think we lost her. Uh-oh. Was before your injury told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. See, well, it leads to new possibilities, then far be it for me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. Yeah. Happy to tend to this. Plus damage. Taking a proper debuff when assassin could stop, slow, confuse, sounds, doom, poison, and blind. Yeah, but because this is an MMO, they've basically phased out those kind of debuffs working on enemies a long time ago outside of poisons and stuff. Like, those will still work against smaller mobs, but it doesn't so much work on bosses anymore. Most of those are basically entirely resisted nowadays. It's kind of a shame, but whatever. Also, being able to doom an enemy in this game would be kind of too much. The only people who are capable of that actually is Blue Mage. Much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone with good numbers are at large. And speaking of that doom thing, there's much better spells you could be using. There's actually a spell that literally just halves the current HP of the enemy. While most bosses resist this, it's pretty nice. Doom as a status effect is shit, but it should still exist. Yeah. Doom as a status effect is shit until you put it into the way Final Fantasy works, which is it just kills something. Just straight up. They also have Death Level 5, which only kills things that are a multiple of 5. Very interesting. That's what it did in Taos. Yeah, but didn't it have like a really long duration, or just have a lot of resistant enemies? I do have to say though, if you're looking for a class that debuffs a lot, Blue Mage is your best bet. It's just a shame that it's not really a proper class as far as this game is concerned. Has a 60-second duration. Yeah, that's terrible. Especially how Tree of Savior works. Oh my god. Quarry, where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much more of your time. Maybe impose on you once more. I mean, do I have a fucking choice? Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek our man named Zainua. Zainua. He will furnish you with the ore. Okay. Or at least permit me to accompany you, if so. It so happens I have an errand of my own. Cool. May we borrow a pair of Hamza? Oh god, am I gonna have to actually use this mount?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not gonna be able to accompany me very easily. You might want to just go to the destination then.
Alright.
Although, there is a quest here I gotta do.
Right.
God, I'm seeing everybody who has, like, fisher gear here, and I'm just getting jealous.
Aww.
But I'm not going to start fishing until at least after the first dungeon.
And I'm working on
seeing the car in a
weaving.
building, yep. It is pretty silly. There's actually a motorcycle that gives a lot of people, like, faster movement, but one of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to cut Jaya's footsteps. Okay. Sure. Almost time for a shift change, and I can't very well leave the kiln to operate. I'm actually glad that I switched on NPC dialogue showing up in the general chat in the bottom right. Not bottom right, bottom left. Means I can speed read. Though I am still keeping it a little bit slow, just to not basically flick through all this stuff almost instantly. Hamza's insanity. If the creature looks familiar, it's because it's close to dodos. Yep. Very fat dodos.
Didn't I just mention that?
I don't think you did.
Yes, I did.
Might have, though. I don't really care for what it is. It's a mount, and it's not Struthius. Let us first make for the outpost. Cool. Let's... Yep. Dodos. With the stupid-ass animation for riding them, too. Because they're not really meant for riding. And I'm a bit big for it.
Really amusing, though.
Oh god, cinematic camera angles, what? Sword Legend Holds was wielded by the Mansuya against the Murga before it was cast down at conflict's end. Alright, cool. I do have to say, the towers look pretty, even if they are rather menacing. Require no introduction at all is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Yep. How close do you need to be to this thing for its tempering influence to take hold anyway? Aw.
I don't really know.
Because we're really close to this damn thing. The main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. Okay. I probably should have switched over to Conjurer first so I could get all this exploration EXP. Oh well. Also, I'm pretty sure they brought us past some Aether Currents. Which is mean.
They did.
Yeah. Because I remember botting it and I was going to get to it when they made us go past it, but they're just auto-running us here. They're trying a lot of new things with this expansion, that's for sure. Like, new ways to do things, and I'm guessing they're just ways to try and steer people down certain paths. And the birds go back. Let's hope they don't become someone's lunch. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against tower. But I do have to wonder why they're using dodos as their primary means to go from point A to point B when they have elephant people. I feel like that's just a great way to get a squashed bird. Manned by the Radiant Host, this outpost is our first line of defense. Yep. Where's the second line? I don't remember seeing a second line of defense, to be honest. Outside of the city.
None.
Outside of the city, I guess. Well, who should it be but young Varshan on an errand for the satrap? I am, His Excellency. He bade me come to collect your report. He also wishes to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Predecessors too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since he took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition. And gladly, I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Alright. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still I worry for you. To be fair, that's actually more worrying, considering they're kind of kidnapping people for their faith. be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? Yep. I will, Nadine. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish, by the look of her. Yep. Xenomaid Natish of the Eorzean contingent come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say, towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? Well, they're sending the Warrior of Light over here to figure out what the situation is, so one could reasonably assume that maybe, just maybe, it's not doing too great. Their soldiers, both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. Not really. Excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We'd be glad for any tidings you can share. Yep. You two bring Rashan the latest report and the latest, and answer any questions he may have. Talk to everybody you can. Heard about you, the visitors from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telefori? We know that they're the ones behind the tower and that they've declared the war on the whole world, but why are they doing this? What is it they want? So we don't understand. Well, they want to destroy the world because they're evil. They want to die and take everything with them. Yeah, that's Kefka. That's Kefka. Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. Alright. Yeah, fun with that, mate. I feel like that's going to be the last one, so I'm going to start here. Actually, this is going to be the last one. Also, did I see that person holding a glaive? Wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. The Tower of Zan, as folks have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared when it did on the Isle of Narunair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. There's a dog going crazy behind me. How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? They're not. The struggles are not unique, then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Alright. I should probably check this. 108 to the east, huh? It's not too far. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeed in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we have to pay a heavy price. One of the towers in Eorzea, do they likewise spawn monsters? Yeah, pretty much. It's much the same elsewhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Yep. You having fun? Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it wasn't enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Radzat Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. To be honest, I understand that they're like stopping their shipments a little bit, but considering where the trading post is, that's like so far away from the tower, and it's considered safe even from this distance. Why not just go around it? Considering there's like a constant battle now being fought, there's a lot of profit to be made here.
Right?
And we all know merchants aren't necessarily the most caring of folk outside of the money they'd be getting, so it just seems kind of weird for everything to dry up like that. Of course, there's problems everywhere, so it's not like business isn't booming in any place, even their backyards, so maybe not so much. Been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east upon the Hamza. You will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Yep. Oh, are they gonna make me ride it again? Yeah, hold on. I'm getting this goddamn Aether Current first.
Go for it.
A very weird place for an Aether Current to be, though. Whee! Thank God you can't die from falling damage outside. They nerfed Clemency a bit. Feels like they did. Of course, I know that Clemency comes with a regen sooner or later. Where is it? Holy Circle, intervention to that. Is it like a advanced Clemency? Wasn't Clemency supposed to get a regen effect? I'm not seeing it. Interesting. Oh, we just have to ride it normally. Okay. Right down the road, yeah? Right down the road. This way, come on, Durian.
Alright.
You know what, I will go that way, though. Like, that's kind of a shortcut. Why do we have to bring the goddamn bird with us, though?
I don't know.
Like, I understand it for the first part because we're accompanying someone, so we need to be, like, same speed and everything, but this doesn't make much sense to me. $260 to southeast,
There is an Aether right up this way.
I was guessing as much. Yep, it says northeast right there. God, I'm gonna have a lot of Aether Current hunting to do. This indeed is the Giant Skull's crown, and I am Zenua. Is there something you require? Yeah, we need the Giant Skull. They labor tirelessly, and 'tis the least we can do is provide them with the materials they need. Okay, thank you. That was easy. I guess that's where the... Yeah, I can see it from here. It really is kind of sad that you've memorized their location, by the way.
Well, I mean, I'm doing it on 3 different characters, so...
I've done Aether Currents on, like, 4 different characters myself. Like, I don't memorize them, though. Though I do have to say this position kind of sucks, because now we have to swim. Or at least as much of swimming as that really is. Doing the jump dance. Southeast. I'm definitely going to go southeast first. I'd rather get as many of these Aether Currents as I can on the way back. Switch over to Conjure for that exploration experience, which isn't going to be much, but it's going to be something. To the southeast. The thing... Okay, yeah, I see it right there. Is there a way to drop off of here, though?
Not yet, no.
So that one's inaccessible?
Right.
Great. Love it.
No, there is one over this way.
That's what I was guessing, because I think I remember spying it before. Quite the cliff face they got going there. Might as well switch back to Paladin. But yeah, it just says it's south this way, so... Southeast, actually. So it'd be this way. A little bit, but it said south, so it's definitely on this side of the continent. Yep, there it is.
looks like I actually needed this one as well.
So much for memorization.
Well, this one I didn't knew much on.
Fair enough. Get in the car. I have an Aether Current quest to do. Stupid plant. That's a hunt. I only needed one? Huh. Whoops. Get in the car. It's hard to even tell what seat you go into, you're so short.
Usually one.
Yep. Meanwhile, that one aggroed to me, despite you being the closer one. Interesting.
Lower level?
It definitely is based on that, because that one just aggroed you, and you were also the closest one there. It's very inconsistent when it comes to mounts.
Yeah.
Anyway, I need to move all the way up here first. There we go. That's who I'm looking for. Let's get the start of this quest chain that I'm not going to continue. What do you mean I need to get back to work? Oh, have I really been out that long? I should really go. But I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but can you assist me? Okay. Let's go. They're inspecting the walls. Alright. Well, let's look at this pillar. It's a very interesting pillar. Look at how interesting this pillar is. I shall touch the pillar. When the paint is worn off, I could use a fresh coat. Awesome. Let me criticize every facet of the design of this place, including this flag right here. This particular one. Cloth wavers exquisitely in the wind. No problem here. Okay. I cannot critique that one then. What about this part right here? Does the paint chip? Did someone step on it wrong? Small hole in the floor. That can't be good. Here we go. So my game is starting to lag, weirdly enough. By the way, do you have glacial grains on you?
Yes, I do.
How many?
A lot.
Okay. The floor and the paint, I'll have to fix them the next time I come by. Thank you for checking. Okay. Now, it seems odd that I've never met you before. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer sent by the students of Baldesion, would you? Yep. We're not supposed to be meddling in affairs right now, but due to plot inconsistencies and the fact that they decided to branch both of these on two different paths and not have the court meeting happen once they're all together, I'm fine. I was admirers travelers like you, under Mistress Lanira. I wanted to see the realm as I traveled for performances, and maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to great work. Yes, yes, we should. That's that. In you come. Switch over to Conjurer just to turn in the quest with it. It's only a small amount of experience though. Yeah, 168. I'm so glad they did do the experience crunch though. It's nice. Though it felt mostly unnecessary a bit, but I feel like it also has balanced out dungeon leveling a bit better. I do hate that you only get all the experience you'd normally get after you beat the boss though. Very, it's just way too vulnerable to people being dicks. Like, when you get kicked out of a dungeon, at least you get something out of it. But nowadays, you have to beat the bosses for that. Any work up to that point might as well be for naught, outside of, I guess, items. colleagues with her stage inspection while you're out. It's greatly appreciated. She really looks up to your kind. Lost her chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury. Yeah, it sucks. Nice. I guess I should just get in the car, but I won't wait for you on this one because I'm just traveling over here now. I'm guessing they're just going to push me out to somewhere else again.
Yep.
How many do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's predictable. Welcome back, dear. I hope you have the giant skull. Yep, here you go. Use your giant skull. Oh my, such fun specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. Alright, alright. I'll take my ease, I guess. Sit about and let the end of the world approach faster while I wait. Look out to sea and have Heidelin talk to us or something again.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught. The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Alright, Urianger. Put down the poetry.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts?
I haven't.
There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope. And no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Yeah, but I don't try to drag people down with me. In fact, I fear it.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
Thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Oh, you needn't ask.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Also, welcome to the stream, Tentori. I see you.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Are you about? Where are you? Get on the car. Come on. Onto the car. Let me check the map for any additional quests. Doesn't look like it. No, I'm going to take the beach route, actually.
That's actually much easier.
I'm actually doing it just for the discovery portion of it.
Right. It's also an easier route.
I don't really know about that one. It does seem more direct, though.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, got the discovery. I guess I'll pop this, but I don't think, yeah. That's all in the inaccessible part now. I've got 5 on each, so I'm guessing I'd have to get to the next accessible location for me to be able to get to the next.
Mm-hmm.
No quests in Labyrinthos, though.
was actually one.
Yeah. I'll have to go get that sooner or later. Hello, ship. Rather fine boat than I expected. I won't complain. Okay. All that remains is the board and being on our way. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessings are one of a kind. The longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Yeah, that's how it works.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence.
I feel like you should be wearing that instead of just holding it. Because that could be easily knocked out of your hand.
Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Okay. Seems to be waking.
So good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
Seems to be awakening, that's for sure. Also, Fandaniel could probably just come over and just knock it out of your hand. So whatever.
A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it!
Everything we hoped it would
proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What?
Yeah, I wouldn't have stood there either, but hey. You kind of forget that monsters are coming from this fucking place. Quite an area, though.
Let me go! Let me go!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
And then they become that one piece of the puzzle again.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting. Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Fandaniel, the sundered Ascian.
I do have to say, though, having it be in, like, one of the elephant people coming over here definitely wasn't the best idea, considering that's the people that they're trying to get here in the first place.
Yeah.
I inherited the position and the soul of the Fandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking.
Alright.
Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Fandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allagan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Armor, at your service.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation.
send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see you.
Ah, I can talk again. Where is Mistress Nadana? Well, predictably, when you bring an elephant to a place where they're seeking elephants to bring to, bad things. Who would have imagined? Get in the car. Actually, no. I'm just teleporting.
Oh.
Something gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? Well, we brought an elephant to an area where they're trying to bring elephants, and the predictable happened. Yes. Who would have thought? Oh no. How much more of this is there, by the way? Out of curiosity. It feels like this place is kind of wrapping up.
A little bit. Mm-hmm.
When you say a little bit, that's not very...
I'm not spoiling it.
You're not spoiling when the dungeon happens. That's it. Like,
nope.
You realize that doesn't actually spoil anything, right?
I know. It'll be soon, though.
That could be said of any moment in time. It's a very relative term. It'll be soon when I reach 90 and get to do the 90 quest, so like, you know. It's all relative. That she and all those have been taken might be safe. No, they'll just die.
Rava's over here laughing right now.
Why?
He's watching.
I'm guessing they are probably laughing at the whole elephant thing.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, that was a bad idea, and I don't even understand. Not to mention, they're basically the head of the operation here in the first place. They're kind of too valuable to send out there, as unfortunate as that is. Oh, what happened what happened was a tragedy. Oh well, let's get on with it. It's like, yep. Make more scales. Personally, discuss the production of scales with you. What, are they going to talk about shedding season? That's what it sounds like. Your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. Great. Istinian, calm yourself. I know it's a dragon. You don't have to murder it. Not this one. Though I don't understand where all of this hatred that seems to be stemming from Istinian towards Dragon is coming from. Like, it seems like that'd be obvious, but the problem is that they've met many, many nice dragons, too. And it was pretty clear that Nidhogg was, like, just a separate branch of dragon, so it doesn't really make much sense for him to be so hating of them. Especially one that has been nothing but helpful. I like how you're on your mount already. Like, have we not been using the car?
Yep.
You are too tiny, by the way.
Usually I'm alone.
You are way too tiny. Like, you don't even make it past the headrest with your ears. Like, seriously, stop looking at me for a second to see, like, the true height of those ears. You gonna stop targeting me anytime soon? Dang it, like... Yeah, even at, like, max height, those things aren't poking above the seat. You're a child, Turia.
Yep.
Do I need to get the seat belt? Do I need to give you a booster seat? What you see over the fucking dashboard? Can you even see? No, you can't. Oh my god. I just checked if your head level was still high enough for the dashboard. It's not. You're just looking at a glove box.
And you broke Rava.
Is there even a glove box here? Yeah, there is a glove. Oop. Yeah, there is a glove box. Is there? There's not a forward mirror though, is there? Is that the forward mirror? No, that looks kind of like just a hood ornament, really. I don't think that's a mirror at all. Oh, this is an unsafe car. I guess concessions must be made for a flying car, though. Present, now let us proceed. Owing to the threats of this tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert and strict restrictions are in place for entry. I just want to see Graha eating a burger, okay? Can we get on with this? Better be a fucking cheeseburger. Back in Realm Reborn, I knew how much they were trying to do memes.
Upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
I guess it knows it was rigged from the start, then.
Pass beneath its hot and piercing The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megadota. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
No, no, no. Directly is fine, friend. It's preferred.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Wish there was an option to just tell them that it was kind of stupid. Might be a regrettable incident, but it was also one that was completely preventable. Seriously, can we stop? Like, this is kind of making me remember back in Shadowbringers with that, you know... God, I keep forgetting. The refugee camp woman who decided to go after a kid they were going to kill, not moments before, and then risk themselves, the person who's basically the general caretaker of all these people, over a kid they were literally going to kill. And by doing this, what they decided to do was attack the thing that was being kind of aggressive, like remotely aggressive. We're not even really sure if it was truly aggressive, because this kid was going to turn. And put their back directly to it while talking to the kid. This extremely dangerous beast. All to save a kid that they were probably just going to bring home and feed a poisoned apple to afterwards. It's just kind of dumb.
Very dumb. And it was actually a peach.
I keep thinking it's an apple, I'm sorry.
No. I'm
glad to be corrected, of which we were, like, what food item we were using to kill a fucking kid, Turia. I am glad to be correct.
Details.
I guess they're important.
colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nadana and the others.
Mate, they're gonna die. I mean, we're probably gonna come up with some bullshit to maybe make them live, or maybe not, I don't know. They're not really that plot-relevant characters, so them dying wouldn't really be a problem. They're just there as kind of a backdrop. Like, is our character just refusing to tell them that fact? Not their plot relevance, that... Of course they're not going to be talking about that. That'd probably just make everybody suffer from depression outside of the main character, but I'm more talking about just the fact that they die if they are taken out of that thing, so... Because I feel like that's kind of important information, if at the very least, to make them try to think of ways to get them out without doing the whole killing thing. I don't know.
I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
The biggest illusion of them all. A fucking curtain. Lovely.
As you wish.
Truly, this is Illusion 100 here.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Welcome to the stream, by the way, Vegeta.
Sibling to Hraesvelgr and Nidhogg.
Oh, don't say Nidhogg around Histidian.
Mine elder brothers, of Midgardsormr's spawn, I was last to hatch.
But yeah, welcome to the stream, Vegeta. Good to see you.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively.
What the fuck? Subterfuge, hiding a dragon behind a curtain. This is like hiding behind the window, like the curtains on windows, in order to avoid your parents' tear right now. I'm surprised his claws weren't poking out.
In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Arkasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
I'm pretty sure the proper term is representative, but feel like your job really isn't that important, sure. I'm pretty sure that you're literally just being representative of a dragon. It's not an illusion, it's not a charade.
The voice.
Yeah, like, quite literally. I don't understand why they're like, oh, this is just such a trick. We're sorry for tricking you. It's like, mate, the elephants told us you had a fucking dragon. This ain't an illusion, this ain't a trick, you're just a representative, we get it. Hell, I didn't say this before, but every time they referred to Satrap, I was starting to think like they were referring to a figurehead, like a person who is representing the dragon. Like shit.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end.
Oh my fucking god. The elephant people told us. It is basically common fucking knowledge. I mean, I know, I get it. It's in a religious context, so people get skeptical, but still, this is common fucking knowledge. You're not doing a very good job of hiding yourself.
I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
Tis here, buried within a semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my will.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warmblood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Razatan.
Is it to not keep sending elephants on an expedition into a place where they need elephants?
With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence.
Please, for the love of God, specify elephants can't go there, because that's such a bad idea.
Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
It doesn't limit the size of your force. It limits the width of it. You can have everybody going in doing the cha-cha slide and it'll be fine. Like, come on. Just don't dance too far to the left and right and you can go over those chords just fine. And even then, like, considering it's mostly a massive, vast open space, you could just have a bunch of archers instead.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me.
In other words, you see us being able to do the busy work again. Got it?
Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal
When are we not,
beings.
though?
Yep.
Most recently, thou didst
Also, I'm pretty sure the Ara over there was legitimately confused as to Estinian's, like, allegations there. As would I have been. It's pretty common knowledge, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like he was trying to hide shit. It seemed like he was giving a legitimate response. Because, as far as legitimate responses go, his response doesn't seem to really pertain too much to the allegation, because, I mean, if you're scrambling for something, trying to figure out what the hell they mean, typically you kind of start grasping at straws. Same could be said for a lie, I suppose. Mm-hmm.
More will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with
oh god.
Scales.
Welcome to the chat then, Tintori.
I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
Tis no trifling
Oh god, emojis.
that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
Otherwise known as fuck off, take a rest, and have another plot contrivance. Otherwise known as, we're gonna make you take a little bit longer because you're supposed to be doing two branches of the same story.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz-at-Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I'm pretty sure the thing he wants the least is to be in debt to a dragon. Aren't you guys supposed to be wise? Teleport offered to the Great Work. Oh, you teleported.
Yep.
Oh, is that where they're taking us next? Nope, they're taking us to Charleia.
No, I'm just going after the Aether current.
I like how it's like, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here. Like, bitch, do you see how far away we are? Are they gonna let me pass this? No, they aren't. But like, why would they remind us now? We're across the goddamn continent from it, you asshole. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and discover this other piece of land over here.
Alright.
It's like, oh, did you also attune to the Aetheryte? It's like, I could just imagine some, like, there's definitely people that would totally forget to do that. And you're like, ah, shit.
But yet you're not able to tune to it for a while yet.
No, they're not talking about Pelika's stand. They're talking about the other two Aetherites. That's why I'm saying it's so far away. If they were talking about Pelika's, it makes sense. That's why I initially checked if I could actually walk that way. But no, they're like, attuned to the one, you know, back where we started. It seems you've attracted some attention.
Yep, not a big deal.
Yeah, it's still like that, where if you're in a party and someone's across the map and they attract an enemy, you get the combat music when you're, like, sitting there picking daisies or something. No, I think it's here? Yeah, it's here. With these exorbitant prices. I'll cover the cost, I guess. Even though you made $1 million from selling a single Neo-ish Guardian chest piece for some reason.
Yeah.
Honestly, I should be making you pay for that. For that stroke of luck.
Well, it was melted. That's why.
Yeah, but $1 million? For an outdated piece of gear that's not even Exarchic. Like, hold up. People be either really... Like, I swear, it was probably a gold seller trying to give gold to someone, and that someone's going to be very confused. Because I just don't see any other reason. Like, who is selling that shit for $1 million?
That was an accident. That was an accidental, and that I just never fixed.
Also, I'm pretty sure the dungeon will actually level me up to 82. So I'll just turn it in as a conjurer. Sorry, white mage. What's my level on it now? Still not very much. Didn't bump it up too much, but it works. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Well, one side of us got banned from continuing this investigation, and the other side of us has someone who really doesn't like dragons. However, among these groups, only one of them got someone killed through sheer stupidity. Oh. Is this montage music?
Your time in Thavner has certainly been eventful.
It sounds like montage music.
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
Fuck yeah, dungeon, I think. Maybe, hopefully. Hopefully it's a dungeon and not a duty. I'm really hoping it's a dungeon.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation.
No, we've been banned of investigating.
Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavner.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower?
Waltzing around and blowing the place up? What else?
According to Orenvold and Fridola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Ifrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary.
You're putting in a lot of words, basically saying the fact that they need defense means that they can be destroyed.
Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
I don't think so. I think the tower doesn't want people freed at all, whether dead or alive.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within.
Did it really take you guys this long to figure this out? Oh my god.
Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be.
Yep.
Thus liberating the captives without harm.
For fuck's sake, where do you think their ethereal energy's going? Really?
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primates will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoners' suffering.
I don't think they're suffering. I'm pretty sure they're very much in stasis. Because if they were suffering, we would have been able to talk to our elephant in the wall, buddy.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostela, and myself.
Let's allocate everybody that isn't the Warrior of Light to doing things that aren't what needs to be done, so that we can contrive just going into the dungeon without help from the rest of us.
Proceed with the search for the core.
No, they'll search with us. Okay, good.
This strategy puts both parties at greater risk.
Yep.
But it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcasola by considerable margin.
To be fair, though, they very much illustrated that common sense should be thrown out the window when they sent an elephant to test the warding capabilities of a tower where they're literally kidnapping elephants to bring to it. So, yeah.
If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armaments to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform
This is a
Hans
duty,
of
isn't it?
our movements, so let us make our
This is
preparations
starting to feel
and
more and
we
more
will
like a
make
duty
time.
instead of a dungeon.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging.
Next playerable race. What?
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetheryte at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Elephants. Yeah, unfortunately, no. They're not going to do stuff like that. Otherwise, we'd be able to play as wolfmen. Hey, do you like being sent to teleport back for 1,500 only to be sent to teleport again for 1,500? I love it. What are we getting for this? 3,000? Wow, it's almost like we're not even being properly compensated. Nice. Oh, hey, save the world, but we're not willing to pay for it. Get in the car. Choose your favorite seat. As always, it's the seat where you can't even see above the dashboard.
No matter where I sit.
I don't know. Actually, hold on. Like, get out. Go to seat, I think, 3. Is that a 3 or 4? Okay, it's 4 then. Go to seat 4.
There is no 4.
Okay, then it's seat 2. That's what I meant. Because I was including the seat I'm in. Because I'm pretty sure your posture when you're in that seat, yeah, you're slightly raising yourself. See, you can actually see above the dashboard now.
Okay.
Though I do have to question your hand's positioning. You seem a little bit hover-handy right now. Get back in the car. Nope, you're just hiding underneath the dashboard again. Alright. Have I seen a Lala drive? No. I think I have like a long time ago, but I'm pretty sure the reason why Turia feels so small in this is because the mount's size is actually based on the character. My character is a max height Highlander. Turia's character is like nearly, if not a minimum height Mikote, female. The only thing smaller than that, that's not a Lalafell, is an Ara female. The only thing taller than a Highlander at max height, well, granted I'm a female, so other than males in this case, would be a Rogadin and an Elzian, as well as a Viera. Though most of them not by too much. You're a small Lala, yep. But yeah, your mount size is determined by the character who summoned it, so... Hi, friend. I'm here to send people on a death mission. Be delivered soon. Until then, please stand by and have both ready. When your fellows arrive, I will direct you to join us. For the love of God, can we please do the dungeon already? Get in. Get in. There you go. I just want a fish, man. Is it voiced? Do I have to mute myself again? Nope. No warning, however empathetic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which, we are a little late, but fighting fit mostly. Yep. You guys have fun with that shit. Thank you for accepting this mission. Okay. Must be... we should call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Yep. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. First name His, second name Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessing. Haven't these guys fought primals before? I mean, I guess they kind of don't have the echo in the same case. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come, we can finally break your monopoly on primals. Cool. They're all yours, buddy. Have fun. You're the Scion's brightest star after all. Yeah. Divide into 2 groups. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners, who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. Again, they don't talk, though. In fact, when they're tempered, do they even remember anything that's happening? I don't think they do. Do they?
No, they don't.
Like, it doesn't really seem like there's much of a point. And the tower killing the people that it has fueling it doesn't make sense either. So, honestly, healing them doesn't seem like it should be a thing. In fact, aren't you just giving them more Aether to fuel it with?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the first dungeon, finally. Let's get this bloody show on the road. And I'm a tank, so we're probably going to instant Q, by the way.
That's fine.
Yep. No need to tell me mechanics. I will learn by getting smacked in the face. Also, I'm pretty sure our party friends are probably just going to say it anyway.
More than likely.
Rar, says the man with a turbine on his arm. You're the brightest star, so we'll walk ahead of you first. Like, okay. Where's my food? That's skill speed, there we go. How's my inventory doing anyway? Alright. Can't use that. Never mind. That's probably going to be useless then. They go for big pulls here?
Yep.
Okay. Just seeing if that's still how it goes. I know I could have kept AoEing, but considering how fast you guys are chewing through the other enemies, I feel like going down this one is probably a bit better right now. Oh, they are stunnable. I was about to say, like, if nobody stunned this, like, before, I would have actually tested if this guy was stunnable. Thanks. I hear that a lot and I don't understand it. Everybody's like, oh, you have a pleasant voice, I have a pleasant voice, and I listen to it, and I'm just like, please shut up, man. Please. But I guess you're not the one who's stuck with hearing it all the damn time, so... Overexposure often means to not really liking something. By the way, these enemies are very unobservant. Or is it just me? Nah, stupid thing. Oh, did I just use all of them? Whoopsies. I used all of it instead of using a, one thing. I'm not going to stun that just yet, because I'm not quite confident yet. I need to remember where everything is.
Been a while.
Yep. 2, 3, 4, and then there's 5. Boom. But yeah, like the whole pleasant voice thing, it's starting to kind of get cataloged under the whole, like, a lot of people call me cute, and I don't understand why, but I just kind of have to deal with it at this point. Like, it's getting damn close to just having to say, like, regrettably, hey, I apparently have a really nice voice. Boo. No, you're not doing that. Someone else stunned it at the same time I did, by the way. I saw that 5 go to a 3 instead of a 4. That's a Reaper weapon. Don't expect me to know what I'm doing. I'll just be doing. One, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you gotta stand there. Didn't seem like we should have stand there, though. That seems like it's the point at which it starts, actually. I should probably get out of it. There you go. Transmute Blizzard. And Blizzard worked on the AoE around him, didn't it? Oh wait, no, that's the one that's a star pattern. One more to go until I do the Confiteor. There we go. Back away from you guys. I messed up my combo. Get back here. Oh, okay. They're not letting us pre-run. And the Blizzard one is not really of our concern. Well, I guess I'm solo healing again. What else is fucking new, though, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm far out of practice, unfortunately. Get the fuck up. Get up. Come on. There you go. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to catch Wise and not let me be able to solo heal from now on, so... I'll find a way if needs be. Any of our friends, World Hard and Cold. Yep, that's that one. I've seen this person before. I recognize that search info. That person goes to a lot of venues.
Which one does?
The bunny.
Okay.
I recognize them from their search info. Never talked to them, though. Right, couldn't I be doing something a bit more effective like this? I'm guessing this is an area where they're not going to let me do big pulls.
Not really, no.
Healing isn't needed if you simply kill them fast enough. Was our Dancer, like, slightly behind or something, or were they just moving forward? Speaking of Dancer, Peloton exists. But for once, I'm not talking to you about that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kinda hurt. Not spacing out my things quite correctly. Oh, that's not good. Anyway, I'm on 3, one more. And then Kavidir. Almost done, though. Really hard to see AoEs right now, though. Kind of weird, but oh well. Also, I'm noticing the number of viewers constantly switching between like 5 and 4. Not quite sure why. Lots of casting gear, huh? Are we going this way? We're going this way, I got it. There we are. Yeah, it switched from 5 to 4 again. And then it went back up. I was about to say, Turia, why are you trying to heart attack heal over here?
I'm not.
Really? Using Cure 1 then, or what?
No, my button.
Your button broke?
Yeah.
Ah. That'll do it.
Yeah.
Do.
Was hitting it, wouldn't go.
Because I noticed my health dropping at that point, but I'm just too used to you heart attack healing.
Yeah.
I guess I should stop trusting you as much. By the way, this dancer doesn't know Peloton exists. You can tell because neither of them gotten a buff yet.
Yeah.
Maybe they do? Hmm? No, they're running ahead. They don't know. I like how the Reaper is staying behind for us. Like, aren't they supposed to be the edgy one? The loner? Not the dancer? Like, come on. Yeah, now Bigly Late's kind of waiting, but that's just because, you know, it's dungeon time. We'll be trying this again, by the way. I'm really hoping you don't make me have to do small pulls. I love using this as damage mitigation. I don't know why, it's just so much fun. Probably because it's a really cool effect, though. God, this dungeon really wants you to be a caster. Oh my god. Hello. One more to go. I wish I was able to have my text boxes laid out how I normally do, but this is basically the best way to allow screen space to be seen. What are we doing with these? Oh, I see. Back a bit more. Did she just use that teleport just to iframe through it? Like, alright. I'm not really using fight or flight lately. Oh, I can't move. Alright. There you go, I just clemency'd you. I got a crit on the Confiteor. Nice. Oh, okay, we're getting confused now.
The one that doesn't move.
Yep. That hit me twice, I think. So that's gonna hurt a bit. It'll be fine. Here, I'll just use the ability to heal my other friends to just help with that. Once you stop again. I'm next on the list, by the way. It's a pretty cool effect, though. Confusing again. Two, 3, 4, and finally 5. Is that it warning of a cleave, by the way? I'm starting to feel like that's more of a cleave rather than an AoE. I think I'm last on the stop list, by the way. Yeah, you're next on the stop list then, Tyrion, I feel. Yeah, but I'm last. What, is the final boss going to be all 3 of them? Earrings. I mean, they're slightly better than my current ones. I need those. The only reason I'm wearing these Exarchic earrings right now is just because, well, they can be melded.
Right.
Also because they can have the purple earrings, which are kind of part of my glam. Are these people actually going to roll? Oh, thanks for the casting gauntlets, I guess. Where'd I put them? There they are. Mid-dungeon glamour's the best, man. Two, 3, 4 for healing myself, and 5 for Confiteor. I was still standing in that for a second there. Like, I'm just like glaring at you right now, Turia. I'm sure you can feel it.
Yep.
Oh. Oh no, a slight bar is stopping us from doing our jump. Does my jump actually clear that? Hold on. Yes, it does. I mean, I get it. The bar has barbs. It's scary. It's spooky. We don't want to go over it. But come on. By the way, nobody in this party has positionals, right? Because I've probably been fucking with them otherwise.
Well, the Reaper does, actually.
Uh-oh. So you're telling me to spin tank?
Back inside.
Of course it's back inside. That is what a positional is it not?
Yeah.
Hello. Also more earrings, because, you know, that's fun. Would it actually be better than what I've currently got right now? Yeah, slightly. But melding it would be a bitch. So I probably won't wear it right away. Get back here! One more. Are they doing mostly single target right now? It's starting to feel like it. Because there's definitely enemies that are dying way faster than others. Oh well. Might as well prepare. No, I'm not using my skills right now, but I'm so used to doing my normal strategies. Like NP conservation, just in case of the healer failing. I really am. I don't get to play with someone who's actually in contact, yeah. Guess that's boss time. Hope they roll on the gear, though.
Rolled a 98 on an item I definitely don't need.
Nice. Maya rolled on something and got it.
That was actually in those earrings.
Nice. Wonder why they didn't roll on anything else.
I don't know.
They can't go for skill speed, so direct hit it is. Must be level 81 dis- oh, right. That sucks. I forgot about that. I need to get Culinarian up too now. God. Well, they did the damage boost, so I gotta take advantage of it. What are we dealing with here? Now I get the sword and shield. There you go, have a fucking direct crit clemency, Jesus. thunder time. Here we go. Stay the fuck away from that. Really should be using Fight or Flight. Flame time. Confeteor. This guy's almost down though. He tried to heal. Going for a limit break, huh? Ooh, that's effective. That's effective. Nice spell, jackass. I should back up. Thanks for the Asuna. Blizzard time. That's 3. Then 4. And Atonement. Got it. Second chance points added to your journal. The journal I don't use. I have not touched Wondrous Tales in a very long time.
And I just about leveled up.
Yep. I'm pretty sure I did. And if I didn't, I'm probably about to. Yeah, I did. Got Holy Sheltron, which is nice.
Nice.
I'll read it, but whatever. I just realized I'm actually still rocking the Newish Guardian gear. Interesting. I got new boots as well. And I see a shield on me. I don't like shields, so hold on. There it is. That item that cannot be gotten anymore. Yeah, I don't really like this sword either. I'm gonna go back to the basics. Hold on. There we go. I'm gonna keep these boots on though. Actually, they're heels. Never mind. I'm not keeping these. What should I switch it out with though? Let's switch it out with those. No. That kind of works. Could just swap it back to these as well. But this kind of matches the overall theme a little bit more, I feel. So naturally, I'm just going to swap it back to what they were before.
Back in a moment.
Yep.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
A quagmire, okay. Fair enough.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it.
Probably because they're meant to be fueling it. A fucking primal? Or maybe a giant bomb? Like, really? I don't think sustaining it is what they're after.
Feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
And I'm back.
There is something there, embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
Though I really don't know why I'm actually whispering, but okay.
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Fair enough. That solves the problem.
And that should be the end of it.
Of course, there's going to be a rush to get off the tower before it crumbles, because, did you forget, we just took out the reason this tower's like up in the first place.
Theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Yeah, why did you even have to ask?
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
Okay.
I pray I'm not too late.
What happened? Where are we?
Probably the island the tower was on. I would assume.
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. Tis as if it never existed.
It's made of fucking magic. It's going to vanish entirely, Alphinaud. You're a Charlayan. You should at least know this shit. Come on.
Hardly a scratch. But how?
Because G'raha did some magical bullshit. See?
G'raha wove a levitation divination spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
They've lived on the sea for a while, sent some boats.
For their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The tower disappeared. You guys pretty much saw just about everything that happened, really.
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
I'm actually okay with how they usually branch these narratives, but it just doesn't feel correct this time around.
Laburian was the high branch, I think.
Yeah, me too. But even then, like the supposed ramifications that we're supposed to be suffering under, like, they don't make sense, because they're not. That person has a nice falcon. We'll oversee the administration of tempering treatment with support of, yep. Join them in the city. Yeah, have fun with that. Now enter the Tower of Zot with a party of NPC avatars. Neat. Oh, I wanted to see what weapon they were holding. Oh god, they're switching like crazy. Enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle? Wait, on second thought, you and Instanian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour to the Great Work. We left Graha in the Alchemist's care, you see. Best to fetch him before he gets crammed into a jar. There's you and me then. Guardsman at the gate should wave us through. Yep.
I'll meet you there.
You're already going?
Yep.
Why is this person constantly swapping their class? Like, holy shit.
No clue.
Also, you're not in the same instance as me, so you actually have to teleport out and teleport in again.
Yeah.
Expensive, isn't it?
Yeah. They really need to put parties in this same instance.
Yeah. I think there was a text way to do it, but if I remember correctly, with how the instance system works before, if it considers the instance full, it won't let you do that. The only way to get into instances like that is if you're already in a party with someone and you walk out and into the instance. For example, if you actually have access to that adjoining area, the Radz al-Han or whatever, you should be able to just walk through there and walk back.
I don't.
That's kind of the problem with how they've been splitting up these maps, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oop, bumped my mic. Whoopsie-doosies. But yeah, my goal is accomplished, but I'd like to get a bit further ahead real quick, because I'm guessing the road to Dungeon 83 is going to be a long one.
Yep. Not even reached it yet.
Honored Scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. Yep. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. By all means. Sure thing.
Be there in a minute.
Yep. Hello, Estinian. This place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way. Don't expect Estinian is now accompanying. Cool. Come on, dragon worm blood fucker thing. Let's go. Also, you should have had access to Rad's Elhan. Because I just got it.
Well, I'm able to access it, but I'm not able to attune to the main Aetherite.
Oh, okay. Stand, you are here for an audience with the Satrap. If you require directions, be glad to. The Satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest point. Get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most business hours are currently closed and the Aetherite disabled. Great. Though I kind of wonder why they would disable the Aetherite.
Don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. Find another sentry. Straightforward. Yep. More than likely, what?
It'll more than likely be another Eilmore.
Yeah. Can't use mounts here, though. God forbid. Hey, Estinian, you've got something to talk about in this area. Cool. Let's read up on the Wormblood lore. Got something to say, buddy? Ah, yes, I know about this portal. It leads to a nearby isle, the treasure vaults of one of Rad's Han's wealthiest families. They took the god of luck for the guardian, on account of which they occasionally open up a section of their vaults for aspiring treasure hunters to try their own luck at making vaults so that people can be entertained by dungeon running. I feel like they're just talking about a casino, but I hope that what I just said is actually what's going on, though, because that's amazing. Though, actually, isn't this just the maps area? Sounds like that's describing the maps area. I can swap back and use sprint instead. Oh right, I can sprint longer in cities right now due to the FC buff that's currently going on for some reason.
Nice.
Emerge at the entrance. Okay, cool. I had to speed read that though, because I'd rather my sprint not get wasted. Go ahead and tune. Airship landing, that's probably a quick way to get here, finally. Or rather, a cheap way. Afraid all flights... Nope, never mind. State of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's not for the best. It's... That aside, we're not here for an airship, we have business. I mean, I don't know, having airships would have been kind of nice. It's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps and then continue straight across. Okay. You're slightly ahead of me.
Yep.
Are you doing your part of the quest now?
No, I'm just snagging Aetherites that I missed.
Okay. Knowing that you missed that, I'm going to go towards that one next. Estinian, discuss Dharma. I remember passing by here with Varshan, the situation being as it was. He regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm part of... I guess it is only Charlotte that has the bad food problem. Hello, Dodo. I guess the Dodo wanted to chip in. It has been raining for a while, hasn't it? Got all these glorious places to potentially fish. Just using Dancer for the Peloton right now. Greetings, welcome to Magduda. May I inquire about your business? Come at the invitation of His Excellency. Yep. Let's go.
To arrive. I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Said that first part real quiet, didn't you?
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste.
And I'll meet you,
I hope you never have
meet you
tasted
over where
this
I'm
yet.
actually at.
Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment, a mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion.
interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have to change your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
And I can speak again.
Yay.
Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Okay. First tenant was kind enough to give me direction to the High Crucible. Cool. Oh, this random gear chest I have. Yeah, sprinting would be a bit of a waste right now.
Yeah.
Here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Yep. I got it. Probably gonna take a right, though. Although that's the comma. I'm pretty sure that's not where they want me to go. Where is it? Can't remember. I did attune to this one, yeah? Yes, I did. We're good. Street turns, enter the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. Okay. Thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Rat. It's not really that bad. Like, seriously?
No, you may want to go right.
That's what I was gonna do anyway.
Yep.
Probably gonna be switching the Dancer just to make the way back, though. Although it looks like I could drop down through this bridge. So that's a good shortcut. I have to say though, like, as far as city planning goes, you probably would want some stairs or some way to get onto that bridge from down below. That ought to walk on. Two, one. It's a long way down, though. Is Aetherial Plaza so far so good? There isn't much further to go. Here, we need to cross the way. High Crucible lies ahead. Suspect the others have already collected themselves. Alright. I haven't taken a left path yet, though.
Right.
I just feel like they're probably going to have us walking all over this damn place. God, I wish they didn't remove Fist of Wind from Monk so badly.
And over in the next hallway.
Yep. quest right there. That might be build quest right there. Expanding the House of Splendors, huh? That's actually kind of vital, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. I gotta switch over to Fisher here then. Certainly prefer you do more of your business here than anywhere else. Yeah. I didn't even start a quest. Just talking to them. Alright. Push back to Paladin. If only I could repair stuff. Ah. You know, you can go slightly ahead if you want.
Alright.
In fact, it makes more sense for you to.
Yep.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Varktech again, huh? What is that about? Is that just like a YouTube spam thing? I feel like it is.
I don't know.
Probably is. Don't go to a site called that or something.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Yeah, but we're gonna need levitation spells.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoro's base of operations.
This is one of those situations where it's like, yeah, we could go right for the base and get it done with quickly, but I feel like getting rid of the towers one by one is actually a better plan here. Like, it just makes more sense to do that.
Of course, we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Damaska are just a short halt from here. Condoma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
In all seriousness, they need those towers to do their plan. We don't need to go for the base. If we just take out the stragglers first, it really does make the most sense. Plus, it kind of allows us to have even more troops, just saying. You know, getting rid of all the people who are tempered. No, we're just going, okay. You know what? Fine.
Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Whatever you say.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to go.
Really need to stop hitting my mic back set.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
Alright, and I'm at a hopping point.
How are you at a stopping point?
I'm beginning of a new area.
Oh.
Yep.
So we're not going back to Charlene?
Yeah.
So we are going back to Charlene?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded.
Thanks for the free teleport, by the way.
Okay.
Good to be back, and with the fruits of our labor safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggests, you should get some rest in the meantime. Okay. Fine.
Ignore the port.
I'm not in the same area as you.
No.
You changed your sheets and plumped up your pillows. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, but it's penning a thesis or defeating... Okay. So would you like to take a look at your new bed? Sure. Oh, they give me bread. I'm okay with this. Fucking bread, man. Yeah, it's back to white.
Take heart and protect them well.
Hello?
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
They're supposed to be giving me bread.
Spread, if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Sharlayan cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlayan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you've
recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it
Gotta
is this
do it.
pursuit of happiness
A
that gives
duty.
us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion. They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh!
Why else did you think we were here? Surrender to thy fate, O champion.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur or fashioned from the skins of your enemies, or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavner has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, burn, let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth, much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
And I'm back.
Welcome
To
back.
make my way to Studium, I wanted to try and speak with Scholar Moncheng. thanks to him for the coming rescue from Austria. Turns out he'd come here to see us. Okay. Okay, I mean, if he came to us, then why are we paying him a visit? It'd be the best if others should return. Tell them it will not be long. Okay. The moment it basically says that we're going to be able to move to the next area is actually when I'm going to probably start fishing.
Okay.
Hang out for short. Yep. Don't know why I need to tell you this. Oh right, yeah, I was supposed to tell them to tell the others to that, hey, guess what, we're not going to be here, so whatever. I probably could have teleported there. I gotta say though, it just feels much more fitting having the sprint timer at 30 seconds. Like the 30-second sprint timer. It feels like it used to. If that makes any sense. Like way back when TP existed. Sprint was really good, TP was really bad. But nowadays, sprint is far weaker. Here it is, Phenomenon! Well, I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. Yeah, it's the first time we've been here. For actual reasons, yeah. Taken up with the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. Great. Administration, my favorite. Center of what would later become the Studium, it was established to promote the study of aetherological phenomena. Hence the name. Not very creative. Though with aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomenon was decreed complete, and the Studium officially opened as a place of learning. For long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, countless other fields, standing proud as the Charlaine's foremost educational institute. It's a college. Okay, I get it. Jesus. Long since lost track of how many times he has recited the same father speech, such is his undying love for his old stamping grounds. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the Studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of debating chamber. I don't know, he's been using the big stick policy for most of the expansions. We both joined the Studium at the same age, yes, and from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Cool. Nice of you to say, but Alphinaud actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I'm certainly not the Studium's most notorious master debater. Notorious sounds a bit more apt. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphinaud lived. I wish it ended here too, buddy. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully it will be somewhat more welcome here than when we were at the last stand. No better than anyone the adoration of the student body has for Alphinaud, and with a bit of luck it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholar Montaigne. Ah, God, I can't remember how it's supposed to be said. Other facilities tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. I like how it showed us walking and then just ported us backwards. Thank you for the repairs. He's with his sister. granddaughter, this can only mean one thing: an event of epoch-shattering proportions. Oh god. Angami could be anywhere, but Miss Alipo should have a better idea. Okay. Nice library, though.
Nice. Nice, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Do have to say, though, where exactly is it, that transition point? Like, to where it says to go to the next area?
It's in Limsa.
It's in Limsa?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, don't tell me you're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. No. Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the stadium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. Yep. This. I get it. I get it. She's so excitable that she thinks we're a gleaner, but we're not a gleaner. Maker's Meet, okay. We're just gonna get dragged across the entire college, aren't we?
Mm-hmm. What else is new, though?
I feel like we could literally just post a few people, like one person at the entrance and the other people elsewhere, and just wait. That'd be a pretty simple way to get it done. He has to leave sometime.
Exactly.
Just cover all exits. Spoke at length. I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted away, he went to the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Yep. Don't mind me, just bumbling around. Yeah, I'm starting to think that might be some kind of spam. The Vartech thing.
Yeah, definitely.
And they're constantly doing it in different cases. I'm thinking, well, they're trying to do it in different cases. I'm thinking they're trying to, like, completely go past a filter. I'm gonna see if I can do anything about that next stream. If I'm not too busy fishing and cooking.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Montoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic.
Fucking told you.
As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Ever just attend a class in full armor? Oh my god.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
I just love how it's like, magic! That could be the answer anyway, but I don't really care.
Yes, very good.
I would have loved if magic was actually the answer, by the way.
The layman is most familiar.
Right.
Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The seventh Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the Ethereal Sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldesion, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits.
I don't even know if I'm going to get a chance to fucking fish.
Why not?
Like, just within stream, I mean.
I see.
Much to mull over, I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the forum's true motives and the mystery of life itself for good measure. Yep. The intent of expressing my gratitude only to leave more indebted than before. I'm feeling okay. Jesus. It really feels more and more like these people kind of don't understand that. It's just... This feels like they're just making a fucking bunker. What am I missing? I'm not missing anything from that. Weird. No, and you should get services. Sure, yeah, I'm good for it. Jesus. Resident students from our main gather and searches meet in order to do business with and recruit reputable individuals such as yourself. Allow me to briefly introduce those. Works as an assistant to one professor and is searching Special metalworkers, okay. Astronomy, leather, cloth, or wood. Faculty of medicine. And nutrition, apparently. And this one's for botanists and miners, got it. Needs help of a fisher. That's my man. What a quest complete face. You cannot make me talk to all of them right now. You could not force me to. NX now? Yep, NX. Never seen that one before.
Interesting minion.
Yep. Quick run back to my chambers before I have to talk to people. Yeah. It's not my chambers, of course. Oh, they're not talking in this one. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. Expected news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limbs of Lumencia. Okay. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vildbrand. Alright. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Justinian? Alright. Whatever. Go ahead and unpack these things. Edo, Vircha, and the Alchemists of the Great Work put their heart and soul into each one of these, so you must treat them with the utmost care. They don't seem like they're particularly easy to crack, though.
Not really.
Shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any feathers? Alright. To Limsa! Away! Do they give us a free tele? No. I expected too much of them. I really did, didn't I? But yeah, should I stop there, or do I need to talk at Limsa a little bit more? Daria?
Yes.
I was asking you.
You need to keep on
Talking, got it. Totally not anxious to fish or anything. Not at all.
No.
But yeah, I guess we won't be getting any of that on stream. At present, entertaining the Elder Seats here. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Let's talk. Calling you away from Charlayan at such short notice? Nah, that's fine, we can teleport. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. Though I'd be even more grateful if you covered the cost of teleport. 'Twas only the... Yeah, I know. 'Twas only right that this discussion be conducted in person. You know, that cost is basically them levying a fee to help pay for the cost what it was to actually construct the damn thing. They have the power to just stop us from needing to pay that. Oh well. Locked in a war of attrition, our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we must take the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It's reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? I actually forgot to do something, shit. That should help a little bit with any background noise that might be seeping in, or might not be. I don't know. Hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize our potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlayan, the Allied nations have been engaging on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, the surge in abductions of kobolds, Hagen, Ixil, and Anenta, have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well, but your triumph in Radzat Han has given us cause to hope once more. Time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. Yes, you walk up to the top of the tower and then break it and hope to dear God one of you has a levitation spell. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold Teleforia at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart. Garlemald. These very few will be the Ilzabard contingent. Alright. I think such progress has been made in such a short span. Well, I mean, they don't really have another choice, bucko. The objectives are twofold. First, to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They serve the Telefories' every whims without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it's the right thing to do. However, strategic and political gain is also pretty important, I'd assume. Just a thought. But it is simply a consequence of the actions rather than the point of said actions. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Says the person who decided to falsify being killed by poison, getting someone who dearly loves her, getting their arm chopped off. Okay. Aye, on that, we can all agree. Our second objective is the Colossal Tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. No, seriously, that was fucked up, Lalafell. Really. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reasons to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Unlike the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of Teleforia. There's certainly no rush to press further into our lands. The wage of the Spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied while they work towards our annihilation. Yeah, pretty much. We appear to be substantiated by Shtolna's analysis of the Tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the Spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for the task alone. Yes. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, but oh god, that dog is barking. Holy fucking shit. Hello, you asking? What's up? It's been a while. Been a long while. I don't know, for honor and glory, whatever. Yay, music. On their way to meet the rest of the contingent, they were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Raban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing... Oh my god, that dog.
Keep on going.
Why? I just want to fish, man.
If you want to get...
I don't want to be teleported to the next point.
area.
I don't want to be teleported to the next area. I want to keep that for when I start the stream next time.
Ah. Well then... hop out the duty then.
Okay. Wander's return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroy the rest of them. You should be proud. These warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. When you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent, regrettably no, our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive effort falls into disarray. Yep. Just between us, there's a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. Very suggesting that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Yeah, I would only imagine. Sadly, no. Though I do my best, truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side joining the fray, unless my battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich... Yeah, what is... like, there's something that constantly is shifting, and it keeps getting me. Time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from Eorzea is safe in mind. Of knowing Eorzea is safe in mind. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Yep. And we're meeting with you again, buddy. How are you doing? Do any elaborate speeches that we can't skip lately? Want to gather the protective talisman you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maximo for the sake of the people of Garlemald. May the fates be on your side. Alright. So you're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do, the Telefori have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people, but though every mode of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused, of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Yeah, probably. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I don't like some of these options. Oh well. For what it's worth, you have my gratitude. You and your comrades have the strength and courage to deliver my countrymen, and I am certain of it. Yep. We obviously do. Live guys, as for rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide, though I may have defected for political reasons. My love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Alright? Well said, might I ask you to escort our friends here? I'm pretty sure that was implied. Might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. Yep. You meet the new traveling companions, and apparently has a gift. The members in the Aylesbury contingent are gathered in the row of grounds. I shall inform you of your arrival. Inform them, rather. Informing me of my arrival is kind of pointless. I thought this would all wind down to the end of, the 6-hour mark, but nope. Just wind down a little bit at least.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. For the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Something tells me that's unique dialogue. Something absolutely tells me that's unique dialogue.
Yep.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Anyway, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfier to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. Then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolain! Ah, yes. Emanolain de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light. Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Onohua with my tales of derring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the Shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Forgive us for coming late.
We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
I just want to point out, they made everybody in the background here completely inert.
Yeah.
Like, they aren't moving. At all. It's actually kind of spooky. Like, they literally will not move. They're not breathing. Breathing is not allowed. They're just there.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire.
They're doing it here too, actually. It's kind of harder to tell with the knights, but all you got to do is look between Alphinaud's hair and Thancred right there, and you'll see, like, that elf isn't moving at all, and neither is any of them in that line.
I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
But yeah, I'll point out what my player character is, as soon as it gets into scene again.
For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused.
No, seriously, like, they're just not allowed to breathe back there, apparently.
Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy.
That would be me, the one in the sunglasses right there.
Fighting and working against and with Garleans. There's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I.
We already know this.
Their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all.
I have to say, that Makote on the bottom left, like in the smithing outfit, looks so out of place compared to everybody else. And it's kind of amusing. Still not allowed to breathe, though.
Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
Yay, clapping as everybody stares on randomly. It's so odd. Like, they even have, like, everybody clapping, but it's like everybody else here is just like, this is the most boring shit I've ever been to.
To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range.
Seriously, they're just all statues.
Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept
Oh, in terms of progression. I'm past the first dungeon. That's it, unfortunately. It's been a bit of a long trip just going through here.
So we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Yeah, still at 82 right now. Delegation assembled here, the Maljali and several other tribes also send it. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle to simply survive in the harsh climate. Tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. You know, again, like, couldn't we have just thought about that with the elephant? Still have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Could do that? Oh my god. Really? You have your fucking thing. Myself conflicted by the foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire and infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot, yeah. Future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large. I will lead us to victory, yep. Here you go. Really, men like me can tell they're bursting with Aether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves, is that the right term? That'll give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. My one way to find out, and nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gives me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave. Yep. Oh, I guess you're the one who's getting it. Alright, kid. Here you go. The famed warding scale is enough for me and my men, see? I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Atoa and learn all there is to learn of the stars we call home. Or the star, rather, not stars. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. Alright. Tagging along to see the sights, the Garlands would benefit from my healing magics, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. Yep. You just fucking snatched that shit. Hey, you got something going for us? Yep, here you go. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, aren't they? I reckon they'll be worth a gil or two when this is all over. Yeah, I bet. And one more thing, I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send you in here? I finished 2.0 earlier this year, but I fell off, not knowing what job I wanted to continue with. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, it can be a bit difficult, but honestly, yeah, it's just difficult to figure out which one you want to stick with. But if I know, all the Admiral and Captain Hilliford told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say that I haven't gotten a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is on dry land in the middle of sun and snow of all places. Yeah. Where are the... There's 2 of these left, isn't there? Or is there just the one? Yeah, there is 2 of them. Here you go. Tells me we are to keep these close at all times. I will see that no one misplaces theirs. In theory, couldn't you just eat them? It probably wouldn't be very pleasant.
No.
But it just feels like that's kind of a pretty guaranteed way to make sure it doesn't go off your person.
Right.
I don't know, I guess it would be a blockage hazard, now that I'm thinking about it, so probably not. I'm not talking about choking hazard, I mean obviously that too. Yeah, we have more than just 6 warding scales. They're just making me deliver these to 6 specific people because stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
I have little to offer in return. I would impart some advice if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Israel. I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I've been distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemy Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Ala Mohican Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Okay. But yeah, like, I'm far past 2.0 at this point. I believe that would be Realm Reborn, by the way, Tyria.
Yeah.
The last chance to make ready before we set forth. Alright. You don't worry about Arianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Stinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats if only I had time to find something to my liking. Needed a Terra? Yeah. Oh yes, indeed. Yep. Thanks, guys, my notice. So you're just gonna knit stuff, okay. Also, I'd rather not. Why do you need new outfits as well? Wayne, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've not worn them myself? Alright. I did have one other thing to share. Have finally returned from assignments at Far... Okay. Cool. Since I'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlayan. Keep Krog company in the Baldesian Annex. You could keep them company in the inn room while we do all the important shit.
Sounds about right.
I'm confident we won't go collapsing again because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world. If anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well in position to do something about it. Alright. A few things to take care of, I'll make my way over to Charlayan. Really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm and garming. But yeah, you asking, a 2.0 is Realm Reborn. I'm past Realm Reborn, past Heavensward, past Stormblood, past Shadowbringers, and just start again, Walker. I'm a great deal ahead of you right now. That's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Yeah, you do that, I know that. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Cool. Oh my god, it's just a glacial coat dyed black. Are you fucking kidding me? Really? Really?
Yep.
You fucking kidding me? Isn't this shit supposed to be, like, unique? Come on. At least it's dyeable. I was literally going to equip the Glacial Coat, by the way. Like, that was literally my plan. Ugh. It's like, hey, it's a hidden gift that's really special. It's literally the Glacial Coat, but black. Even though the Glacial Coat's already dyeable, so it's kind of like, well... I have no idea how far I've got to go for the next dungeon right now. But that was going to be it for today anyway. Peace out, everybody. Hope you have a wonderful rest of the day. Or the night. Depends where you live.